Here we are then, continuing right where we left off last time. We are still in the midst of the Great Ace Attorney's 10th anniversary week. Today being July the 10th, 2025, when we did this broadcast. It is the day after the actual 10th birthday for Great Ace Attorney, as according to its Japanese release, so we're just continuing the good times around here. Welcome everybody in Twitchland for joining in today's stream, but if you're also watching this in YouTube land after the fact, it is a warm welcome to you as well after the fact. Hopefully you're in for a great ride today as we get to the business end of episode number 3 in Great Ace Attorney 2 today. And yeah, let's hope for a great time today. Do let me know, of course, if you are enjoying this series. If you're like if this is your first time around here, I bid you a welcome. Hopefully you enjoy what you see around here. Do of course let me know if you want to leave a like and comment down below. Please feel free to do that. If you would like to subscribe as well and hit the bell as well to get push notifications for the future uploads in this series plus anything else coming up on the channel soon, then you can feel free to do that, and it will be a great help to me and of course all of the people that you'd like to support online making the contents. All of that said and done, as I said, picking up right where we left off, and where we left off was not a good time for us, but we will do a recap very quickly. We were on the hunt for a particular mysterious man who we would like to get into the trial to have a word with them about things. And through lots of mishaps and lots of clue hunting, we eventually stumbled upon the workshop of one Enoch Drebber. This man is responsible for building the device that Scientist Man used to try and do his experiment in the Great Exhibition. But it turns out it may have been just a big old ploy. So we went to find the man, we confronted him about it, and yeah, he managed to wind his way into the trial here, and we have questioned him about things. And through this questioning, we've sort of come across, like, maybe this man was not working alone. And we had to, literally the last thing we just did, before kind of signing off here, was we had to name an accomplice during this whole ordeal, and the one we came up with at the end of the day was Miss Scotland Yard coroner over here. We believe she has a hand in doing the bad things around here, assisting our friend Enoch in the bad things that went on. Core didn't like that though. And now we're on the receiving end of a incoming guilty verdict, because all of the jury have said, yep, Scientist is guilty because defense is an idiot. And now we've got to fix this. And that's where we left off. And now we're going to continue. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. Oh, I knew that was going to happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. You're just the beacon of light, aren't you, Susato? I can look at your face all day. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. I don't need to ask. He's done it literally every single time, the sod. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, get ready for this. It's a frightfully old business, this isn't. But I ask you now to say clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime which he is charged.
So, this eclectic group of people, we need to see why they think our German Scientist Man, is a bad boy. Oh my god, why we're starting with number 6? You're jumping the gun, my dude. We usually go in number order. You can't, it's a thing called waiting. Apparently Britain is very good at waiting, like in a line, in order. You're not really proving that point here. Anyway.
I've known that woman for years. She's never been an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the wax with the man's stone has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I don't know where this man's voice is going to. The magician man.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without what evidence is? It's not a proper job, is it? I won't have it!
Is a 7-year-old child allowed to be in this courtroom doing this business right now? I swear, things were not done by the book back in this time period. I swear, they keep finding the same 25 people to be the jury members here, which convinces me that London just is not as populous as people may seem, and they're finding actual children to do it now. Actual like plucking them from the chimney sweeps and saying, yo, listen to this murder trial, and put them through all that. Oh dear me.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that his face is obscured and its building's no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Assman's body double. Well, yeah, the applause is deafening. I'm either deaf or I literally can't hear anything. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
Oh, what are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Oh, really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yeah, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looks like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I've gotta find a way out of this. Somehow.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. It's time for one of my favorite parts of the court case. Unironically, it is time for the defense's butt. Again, this old man is cranky and does not know how to wait like a proper British person, but okay, let's start with you. She's never been accomplice of anything. Really?
Hold it!
Then elaborate, sir. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? I have a gun!
Where do I start?
I've been working on the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought. Secretly thinking that's way less than I thought. You look like you've been in the force for like 60.
We've only had a Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still the youngest Bobby on the beat, the youngest, rugged old lad of 75. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head to the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. No,
that's too creepy. Let's not go there.
Well, you won't have me complain. It's why we all drafted back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me that without holding that gun in the air? You can say things without having a gun.
We're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him, we were full of him. And now I'm full of arthritis.
Well, that's, coming across loud and clear. Cool! The man, literally, nothing of the sort came out there. Feminist juror number 6. I mean, I never said he wasn't allowed to, but it's just the fact that, It's coming from the geriatric copper man. Didn't expect it, to be honest with you. It's nonsense to think these two would ever connive with one another.
Hold it!
Why so, Mr. American man? But we're only just starting to understand this case. He's not even paying attention now. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solopon Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, though, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right, fourscore and no. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of all tosh, to borrow one of your phrases there. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Fabulous, another person that I don't think I'm going to get anything out of. Showing the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner.
Hold it!
Really now? So why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply, because that unsettling swindler had no relationship with the woman, does he?
Well, true, as it stands, we don't know any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Classic socialite behavior. Well, you learn something new every day. Even if you don't want it.
Well, one might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
Wow, this woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. For once, I've actually wanted to go after Mr. Vampire Man on the prosecutor's desk.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yeah, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Alright, bear that in mind. We might need to chase up on number 2. Alright, I have to remember, I'm trying to give like a sort of like French,
Hold it!
like Middle European twang to this voice here, so hold it. What sort of problems? Oh, let's just say we have run into each other on multiple occasions while I've been performing on the street. Oh, right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we are working close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh, man wants to chase that. Sir? You are a geriatric 85-year-old feminist. Please put the gun away.
Excuse me!
Please put the gun away. Let me just, like, stop you right there. Do you have anything to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sully?
Thanks, Mr. Jones. I will pay you back for that later. So perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. That is a swing of intent. If ever I saw one.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
So what was it like, sir? Threaten me with a good time while you regale the tales of yore.
We worked our fingers to the bone to win the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respect, did you? Huh.
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put their name to it. He was the best of the best, and the apples falls to the...
Hold it! hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. I got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Sive's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes. Oh, silly me. It's Sive now, isn't it?
Huh, but Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Well, anyway, the point is, those are the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yeah, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner, even then.
Ooh, wait, ooh, ooh, wait, ooh, wait. Oh! Courtney, the same Courtney, was the coroner for the professor's autopsy back all that time ago. Interesting! I wonder if, like, pushing that on top of him will cause him to squeal some more. I feel like it could lead to a nice thing. So, court record, back to the autopsy report. Is it time? Oh, no. No, this ain't the time to do it. Because I'm only meant to pit people against each other at this point, yeah. I'm forgetting how these, cross interrogations go. Very honestly. But, he's changed that information, so now that information is going to be prudent later, but yeah, we will put that in mind. Okay, no proof this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It is conjecture. Oh yeah? Prove it.
Hold it!
Put your money where your mouth is. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
Yes, I did. There's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I'll grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there's been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument with a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Can we produce that right now? Oh, if it was in the folds. If we found the glass in the folds of the clothing, and the entire birdcage did in fact crash into the crystal tower, like people were allegedly to be seeing here, that could be the evidence. That could be it. I might have it already because... Let's give it a try. If it's wrong, then we can always backtrack. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
Wow. So, you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. And I have the decency to not say that out loud. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely, we found glass. If glass was found in coats, and glass comes from Crystal Tower, where birdcage crashed into, then lo and behold, it must be this. Surely, but... I mean, can we examine this in any way? I probably should examine it first, just in case I need to give it some extra flavor to it. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure.
Alright, cool. Examining adds no flavor text to it, but I believe it's gonna be this.
Take that!
Oh, she's good at this, you know, sometimes. Take that.
Oh, what's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
A crystal tower? Holy smokes!
Yes, we got him. Exactly! The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Ooh, is that it?
Precisely. I should say, precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence is in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say colour shouldn't come into it.
Hey, thank you. He can learn to not be xenophobic.
In light of what you show me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. New info. Good, good, good.
The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in the little doubt that the boxwork was indeed inside the birdcage.
We changed it, but I am not certain. As far as I know, that I don't have it yet. Oh, I did not press the little child. Oops. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Assman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, just see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Evidence of multitasking. Okay, yeah, I'll take that as a compliment. Yes, thank you. Right. Why is this child on the bench is my first question, but then the second question is, accusing someone without right evidences.
Hold it!
Yeah, she's clearly only 7. I've gotta ask, why have you brought that Corrin into court with you?
Candle Cub, he's been going back on the thumb. Picked him off on me waiting at town. He's a proper nibber, he is.
Yeah, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe I can wait until after the trial?
Oh, yeah, that is sound a lot. You need candles at times like this. Whenever I something to big to the side, the candle always points me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Guilty baba, nibble not guilty at. Nibble nubble guilty baba, nibble not guilty at. Nibble nubble guilty bubble, nibble not guilty at. Nibble nubble guilty bubble, nibble not guilty at.
Thank God, I thought I was gonna go forever. Jesus Christ. Hello, Palthea. How much have you missed? Probably all like 20 minutes or so. We are in the middle of summation examining to try and get the juries to change their mind on things. Literally only like 20 minutes. Not so much, really.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home.
So Professor Harebrain's fate has been decided by a cob of corn. Well, could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. Me tongues are a free fall already.
Amazing! Wow, Yunosuke. Absolutely wow, you did just say that. Yeah. So that's the key to this. You see what information you can glean. And do like that. So we've got... So number 6 changed their statement after pressing them. And number 4 changed their statement when we pressed them. And gave them the right evidence for it. Let's make sure we go back the right way. I do not want to spend those 20 minutes making frozen ramen that tastes like frozen veggies and nothing else. You don't always get the best quality of instant ramen packs. It really depends. You gotta know what brands are good. Right, you've changed your statement.
Hold it!
Hold it. She was legendary, was she?
What do you say?
Dad! Are you deaf as well?
That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I'm confused. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Slive is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
Ew, word! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag a legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Legendary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now again. The presence of the piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. So he now believes that the birdcage did house one of the wax figures, which maybe can show the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Maybe 2 and 4 need to be pitted together. Let's see what we can agree when we press this new information. Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. Thank you, science. I can't believe those words escaped my lips. What's the matter with you? Who could say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects? What was it about scientists? Honestly. But yeah, okay, yeah. The waxwork was in there, and the only other one to mention about waxwork was number 2, so I think 2 and 4 need to be pitted against each other. But we will do the thing and be safe about it. We've already done like 3 Covenant saves during this run so far, and it's only been like half an hour. Hey, I'm allowed to, it's okay. Right, pit number 2 with number 4, because I believe, because you're talking about relevant things, then we might glean some stuff when we pit you against each other. Let's go.
Objection!
Ah, shoot. The fundamentals with one another. Oh, Mr. Foreman. There's to be a new Herlock Sholmes adventure published next month, by the looks. My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening! Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local news agents in that case. Mr. Zato, no one is listening to what I'm saying.
Perhaps this will be a good opportunity to have a rethink them, Miss Naruhodo.
Damn, Baracle may get away with it. Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. That's fine. That's fine. I'm actually not seeing a great deal of these, like, fail state dialogues when I get something wrong, but, just in the way to preserve all my lives here. The waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner. I have my own problems with members of the police. I don't trust them much. Oh. I'm gonna keep getting duped by the fact that we started this with number 6. Utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving. Yeah, this is why when we don't present evidence, but we need to pit people against one another. So I need to think who's the people we need to actually put against each other. Legendary coroner even back then. Nonsense to think those two would connive. The waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. I have my own problems with members of the police. I don't trust them much. The presence of that piece of glass leaves in little doubt the waxwork was indeed the cage. Accusing someone without right evidences. He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Oh god, who's meant to be going against each other here? Because I have had my own problems with the police. I do not trust them much. And then you at the front, you said legendary. Nah. I mean, we didn't get a full chance to finish what number 3 was going to talk about before we got number 6 involved. So what sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the streets. Oh, right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we are working close proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusory spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I'll take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yeah, like a Scotland Yardstick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the Force. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. Oh, okay, the point of this is we've got to get people riled up against each other, and then maybe they spill beans when fighting against each other. Thank you, game, for the nice hint. Juror 3 spitting straight facts. I do be spitting the truest of facts out here, yo.
Objection!
But that's not it. Okay, then I'm kind of at a, Cause I'm like... Are you not a member of the Force, though? And the game told me to say... If you don't like listening to that, then... Perhaps you need to start with... I've pressed everybody by this point. Surely. Nobody has, Nobody else reacted to anybody else during that one. It was only... The first time I spoke to number 3, that was when number 6 piped up. And then we got a little bit more out of number 6 as a result of that. He changes speaking to talk about it as being Courtney Stevens rather than Scythe, which ties into this report we got given earlier on. Because that proves that it was one and the same coroner who did this professor's autopsy and the autopsy right here for, who is it? For Assman. But yeah, the only problem is that you're pitting people against each other, not presenting evidence. You're only presenting evidence when it asks for it when you press them. But yeah, who needs to be pitted against each other? This is... I'm kind of dumbfounded at what the game exactly wants me to get done here. Yeah, for want of a whatnot, it is kind of... not yet. Let me ruminate just a little bit more. Legendary coroner. Nonsense they say would ever be conniving. I don't think I can tie that to anything right now. The waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner.
Hold it!
That unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? It would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest. You value all the relationships there. You don't want to learn that. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. A connection between the waxwork and Dr. Syph. Well, the article about Hairbrain's machine on the newspaper. Yeah, it does give a bit of a thing on that one. Yeah. So since we've got that altered now, how? Is it purely for the wait? Is it purely for the fact that there was a name change going in here that means that she had a fling and got into a serious relationship with someone called someone called Scythe? Is this it? 6 and 2. Is this it?
Objection!
Oh, okay. You're gonna have to explain that one, video game. I hope you do. But okay then. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Oh, gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh! Me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I'd find such connections and relationships irresistible.
What is it about the fact that the maiden name was Stevens that makes this all relevant somehow?
But, oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean.
Yeah, I do too. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness! evidence, you say? Oh, how utterly enthralling!
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as Professor. This is where we break out our Professor Killer's autopsy report, because then the name, back then, we double check, it says Stevens on it. After I take a sip,
Take that!
we go take that! I have here, I can walk you through if the game doesn't. We'll see on that front. See if I can make heads or tails of it as we go on. It'll be fine. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer known as the Professor.
A professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my! Courtney Stevens?
Track alert!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links? Mysterious connections? Secret relationships? This is almost extraordinary! We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
She just wants juicy gossip as a socialite. She's obviously socialite types.
Wise right! We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. For justice!
2 down, 2 to go. A bit of a roundabout way, but sure. Did we ever learn why the professor's identity wasn't revealed? Not particularly, no. The whole point of it, like, the professor's whole shtick was, his crimes were so heinous and so, like, repulsive that I guess the people did not want the identity of the man ever to be known, lest there be an imitation of some kind, or people, like, start revering this secret person. So, in the end, their trial was done in a closed situation. No public was allowed to see it. It was pretty much a straight execution call in that case. And, yeah, he was essentially done in and buried without ever knowing what his name was. I guess to avoid having a copycat pop up, because they knew who he was, or, like, whatever. So, that's 2 and 4 done. I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. So yeah, now 2 and... Okay, so 2 and 6 are... far better. If there really is a reason why a particular iceberg had to be used as Mr. Assman's double, we must do everything to make the jurors understand. You should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to do them. Which I think we've gotten everything now.
We asked coroners under suspicion that we're not done yet, are we? Clearly!
Oh, would that be... Wait, would that be it then? Because... that would be the evidence that... there was conniving between 1 and 4. I think that might be the case. Because that is a link that puts that would put, I guess, both of them at the heart of events, and would probably prove that there was a bit of them doing teamwork together. I think this might be the thing. 1 and 4 together. I'm gonna guess.
Objection!
I'm wrong. Okay, that's fair. I am wrong. That is all on me. Cool. I will bring the numbers back. So we still have number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 5 left. But yeah, I will ruminate on this one because I've seen where the ad timer is. It's about time to do one. So I will ruminate on this during the ad break as well. People in Twitch land, you're free to have a break here as well. If you're in YouTube land watching this as well, I'm taking a long time on this, I know, but I'm just trying to get my thoughts back together on this one. But yeah, if you want to pause yourself in the YouTube video and come back to us later, then please feel free to do that and make sure you're all taking care of yourselves. In any case, we'll hopefully have a solution when we come back after the break. I'll see you then. So it's nice to have you back. Thank you so much for your patience if you had to break yourself. And I'm ready to do some more of this, and hopefully I figured out what we need to do here. Welcome back, people in Twitch land, and welcome back to you in YouTube land as well. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you're enjoying the video despite me stumbling through it currently right now. But you know, it's still enjoyable. If you're enjoying it too, you know what to do. You can always leave a like and comment down below. If you'd like to subscribe as well, to hit the bell as well, do all that great stuff, and that would be very, very super helpful. Right, I've had a chance to ruminate. And I had to, like, read between the lines a little bit more here. Juror 5's, shtick, accusing someone without evidence is not a proper job. Her entire grievance is the fact that I think she'd like to see the situation of, evidence being presented that would change would change your mind here. It's a bit of a backwards way to do things, I'll grant you, but we have thus presented evidence to make sure that we are not accusing without evidence. So I think somehow it's these two that go together.
Objection!
For some reason, video game. Okay. Well, those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To which statements do you refer, Counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment during number 5.
You mean me?
Yes, I mean you, 7-year-old child. You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
This is why we don't have children on the jury, for crying out loud! So wouldn't it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand maths besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't, because you're only 7. If I could interject here? Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours is about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. For science? That perfect firing arc was all because of science.
Ah, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this Spanish gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I want you to go against Killer Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between ears.
I think we were gonna whack that corner of the desk and, like, wreck it right there and then. Oh. Success! If you can call it that. Yeah, this is a stretch! This is a stretch to call it a success. I had to think absolutely outside the box for this summation examination. Holy shoot, video game. Okay, then.
Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Freaking hell, somehow that happened. According to the court, has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. My God, we did it. Somehow. We did it!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
I can't exactly feel too proud of that one because that was difficult. Holy shoot.
A waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links to Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir? By using evidence and testimony.
Eh?
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels. Duh! I really thought that Lord Finzix would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangement for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yeah? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Ominous. Yo, okay.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Alright, take 5. Have yourselves a cup of tea.
God, I had to think so backwards for that summation examination. My God. I think it really was the fact that during number 5, the little kid was throwing me for an absolute loop with what they were saying, and I didn't realize that I had to sort of read between the lines on that one. By proving the fact that with evidence we can change minds, then the kid's mind would have been changed. Yeah, freaking hell game. Okay. It's said to be continued, and I say right now. The 24th of October in 11:53 AM, the Old Bailey's Defendant's Antechamber. I know where we are. I recognize this place. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. A spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, ich habe eine Frage. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Wo ist er? Oh, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies! Ah, yes. So as it turns out, Lord Finzix is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Wo ist er? He's dead, buddy. Damn.
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Do you mean there is probably Yeah, probably I do. Again, I took German. I finished my German exams, like, probably 17 years ago by this point. Give me a break.
It's fine.
I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee the kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. Literally, I had no idea what I was doing in that entire affair.
Oh, but I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Oh yeah? In fact, I alone am not a member of the set! So that leaves me as an empty set, all alone, with no intersection to any other. Mysterious voice. What is where and who is where trips everyone up. Yeah, that's why I tripped. But now I realize what I just did. Who said excuse me? Oh, you said excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe nay Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. Oh, what in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Ah, why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. That presents a problem, maybe. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it turns out, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell us the truth about what really happened. Please? That certainly won't be possible. Huh?
Why not?
Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? Can you say Master of Puppets here? Like the actual puppet master bending things to there. As I said, I think the Strongheart, I think male Strongheart has got like the biggest ulterior motives going on here for why he's doing the things he's doing. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll ever get any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Ah. Do not get involved in this. They're all trying to back us out of it. Oh, she mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you like it or not. Huh? Did you know about that? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Well, I paid my ticket. I paid for the whole seat. I paid my ticket for the whole seat, but I only need the edge. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Duh? To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand, I think? Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a pot of caramel earlier, so I'll be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Man, now I want some caramel. Make sure you have that. Make sure you have that snack ready for the judge. Judges like snacks. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. We are filled with determination, as the saying goes in Undertale. Even though it's not the same game at all. 24th of October, 12:40 PM, the Old Bailey's courtroom.
It's time to start again. Are you all seated? Good. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
It seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter.
Lord Van Geeks. My lord?
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Well, get on with it! I say, get on with it! Very well. Bring in the witness. Yes, get on with it!
At once, my lord.
Get on with it!
Shut. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand before the judge starts losing his mind.
Get on with it! I like Monty Python too much, even though they're not going to exist for like another 100 years.
Phew. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Trevor is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. That's all we're allowed here. That is the patented Tuspels method. Just attack a piece of clay with a freaking chisel. Great stuff, great stuff. State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Oh, now there are two of them in the world. One was plenty. And even sometimes it felt like too many.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. ODS-man.
Oh, but of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibits. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yeah, but perhaps. Perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the Demos visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hand on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspella's principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspellas has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution.
Oh, yes.
A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been in my family's secrets for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask...
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous! It's out of the question!
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular, even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
I like this witch persona. She's very mysterious. It is very much like a Hubble Bubble Boy Toil and Trouble kind of one. I like it. Alright.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
She's friend-shaped, so you're saying that witch shape is friend-shaped, huh?
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster!
Naturally. I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this!
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Oh, my word. That's a drawing and a half. And actually typed out with proper type font, so you can actually read everything on the newspaper if you wanted to.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
So it was Drebber who saw the event happen, and rather interestingly, do you see what's signed on the bottom of the picture? Oh, Assman. That's coming back to bite somebody on the behind later, I am sure. Was the Balmas to blame for the Great Blaze? I like all these little stories here. Mad Sheep Rampage. Charles Darwin to receive, something medal, something like that, and then the Great Stink. Oh god, it even mentions the Krakatoa eruption of this time period. Like, yeah, that was like late 1800s that happened. The massive one of that volcano down in Indonesia. That is a cheeky, sly reference, but I am down for that one. Wow. The 10-year-old article was added to the court record, a newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. Oh, has to do with the exact year. Yeah, 1883 that happened. So yeah, we can date this video game now, guys. Wow, holy shit.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling, yes. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Dun 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 dun. We will do cross-examination. In that case, it must be 1893 now. It would have been 10 years since the article was written. Truth, yes. In fact, can we actually see the dates on top of this one here? Like right in the top there. I can only read Monday, June. I think that's June, because that looks like the bottom of it, of that side of the end. June something or other. But yeah, the massive Krakatoa eruption, as dated by Astrodude, was 1883, which this article was 10 years ago. Then yeah, we can date this game to being specifically in 1893. That's probably on the Ace Attorney wiki somewhere, and they've already corroborated that. But still, interesting to know. It's based on the rumor that shocked society. Yep. I don't think I'm going to get anything from that, but we will still press everything just to get all the flavor text. Taken directly from the corpse. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I wonder if that has something. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. Alright, let's get all the flavor text. You know what we do.
Hold it!
We press hold it! If I'm not mistaken, somewhere it's even been revealed what month and day it is. Yeah. October 23rd to 24th. Yeah, that's when this trial takes place, yes. And that rumor would be...
a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think, even though I'm sounding like I'm not from the England.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Oh yes, the story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night, after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui? The exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. A very funky story. Nice flavor text. I like this. Okay, what about your principles? Hold it. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of the spells.
None whatsoever!
Hold it!
Okay, can you describe who Gravedigger was? Hold it! Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspels Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret!
I understand, but I am not British. And now the truth is about the special exhibits has been revealed. It must perhaps close.
Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So, 10 years ago on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of the face from the corpse?
Oui, exactement.
Hit myself till they gave me the signal. Until he gave me the signal. I wonder who it was that. Oh gosh, wait a moment. Oh gosh, wait a moment. I'm not gonna be able to have a look at the scene from the exhibit itself, am I? But when we went into, when we did go into there, it was exactly like this photo. So in one hand, there is a digging implement, either spade or shovel, take your pick. So our friend here, Mr. Drebber, could have been our gravedigger in question. Hey ho. We ended the last game by revealing government secrets. Let's do it again! What's the harm in that, surely?
Hold it!
Anyway, let's press some more. Hold it! So you were there longer than you'd expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean? Dare I ask?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wriggly mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state.
To wriggly more reels. When your arms get all stiff and you're in a bit of a piff, that's a mortis. I stretched, I know, but damn it, I'm proud of that.
The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered.
Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one. Don't ever say that again, please.
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see, so that's why you wait.
Before the time the mouth falls open, it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information in the courts just heard from Madame Tusspells. 'Tis significant, I'll wait and see. I say it's significant, because it means we can do some things about it. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including that in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely, grave.
Ra-da-da-da-da-da! Fabulous, Susato. Brilliant job. Brilliant job. That deserves a... Haha, that was funny. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Wow, Yunosuke, you're a spoil spot.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Okay, elaborate on that before we start, like, trying to find a thing in that. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I would admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
Oh, I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Don't shove the corpses of Susato, Yunosuke. That is not very prim and proper gentleman of you. Come on now. It was very worthy it could be discovered.
Hold it!
Alright then, hold it. You say that dawn was approaching. Oh, what was the time of day then? Approximately what?
Well, I cannot say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils of wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Oh, indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
Huh, that really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
Ooh, you certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? I mean, it probably better be. I mean, I never say no to a chance like this, and I've very rarely been led astray by it, so let's go for it. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significance.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord.
I mean, to be fair, the sunrises in summer here in Japan can get early, definitely, like in June time, for the summer solstice. But yeah, I think because of the oh god, which was it? Is it latitude when you think about, like, southern and northern hemisphere direction? Yeah, because Japan, like, that part of Japan, most parts of Japan, I think exactly, if not all of Japan, would be below where London is latitudinally. So, yeah, it would be closer to the equator, which would mean, slightly less varied amounts of sunshine hours during the course of the year, which would mean that the earliest sunrise would technically be later than if you were further up north. So yeah, I think like the earliest I see like sunrise is happening here is about like 5 o'clock, maybe 5:30, something like that. So yeah, the geography adds up there. That's fine.
I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Alright, elaborate please. Hold it. Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Which would then mean about between the hours of 1 and 2 o'clock, where maybe they put the body away. Okay. So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Miss Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the juries are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree. But, interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Oh, dun 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 dun. So the two that we changed at the end here are probably going to be what we need to try and press. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Da, 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 da.
Newly entered Professor forced off his grey cover. He clawed free of the FBI man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released a scream he had been holding around for his life. Would the gunshot have, messed things up in a way? Oh yeah, the one we can read them now. Yeah, Mad Sheep Rampage. Yes, unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Oh dear. Charles Darwin to receive the Copley Medal. Ah, that's what it means. Parliament to finally address this foul issue of the Great Stink. Oh yeah, the sewer systems of London were not particularly great in this time period. Yeah. You left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Oh god, I don't think I meant to do that. Starts at the jaw 3 hours after death is registered. When did Professor die? Good point. Let's check that thing again. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. That would leave 3 hours that rigor mortis would set in at the very earliest, so that would be about 3 o'clock. But during that time period, like a few hours after the fact, the muscles would, according to the game, the muscles would stay stiff for a few hours after the onset happens, and then they'd gradually start relaxing again. So if it's that we need to cover up, it was before the onset of that. 4:40 was sunrise, 4:10 was when she started, which was 3 hours later, so about 1 AM was supposed to be when... would be about when death was confirmed. Okay, then. Do we now do the autopsy report from the professor to try and refute that? Maybe?
Objection!
Yes, we do. Okay, then. Because that slightly, like, offsets all the timing, and it doesn't quite add up then, I guess. Madame Tuspels. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And? Is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Ooh, we have some more details from altitude. Japan spans at 20 degrees to 45 degrees north latitude, with Tokyo at 35, and London is at 51 degrees north. Yeah, so London would be higher than Japan. Well, most of Japan, actually, which means, yeah. The sunlight hours of Japan would be less varied, more consistent. But of course, with still, like, some big peaks in summer and low peaks in winter, and yeah. And so London would have longer sunshine hours in the day in the summer, and shorter sunshine hours in the winter than Japan. Charles Darwin received the Copper Medal in 1864. Then this game is false! There we go. Alright, so they contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Tsai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Ah, yeah, that's true.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Objection! No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Oh, dagger in the heart again, for crying out loud.
Order, order! Council, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place!
By heck!
Extraordinary! Not mad, eh?
Objection! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? Try me. The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did.
By gunshot, I think that's where the game's gonna go.
I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Objection.
There was no...
Objection! Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? There was a gunshot, Doi. It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
You literally just gave me it. We need the account from the article itself. Surely. Never hurts to confidence save. Never hurts to do that. Never hurts to do that.
Take that!
It's literally this, isn't it? What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave, and was killed again.
Objection!
Objection! Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? the point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word! Yes, indeed!
Marie! The young man who served at the cemetery by chance at night!
Objection!
Objection! Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection! On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claimed to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim then now, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
I believe I have an idea who this may be out of like 2 possible people. We are allowed to have a review of the scene, that's good. Because, yeah, notice, okay, the man... Okay, so it's Enoch in the drawing, but again, I think it's because who signed this picture. Oh, Assman. So he very clearly was there to get a good look at this scene happening here. No, it wasn't Iris, not the jurors. Don't be... I like the thing in there. But yes, we will confirm this when we come back from our break. So sorry to leave you hanging on this one, but I believe I can get an answer to this one, but we'll do it after the break. So do join us as we settle this out after the break. For people in Twitch land, if you need to take one, this is your chance to do so. But in YouTube land, there is no break. We cut it out of the highlights. But feel free to pause and come back to us when you're ready to do so, because taking care of yourself is very, very important. In any case, we'll be back to sort this out in a few minutes after the break. And we returned just before rigor mortis set in, so wonderfully said in chat. Oh, bloody hell. Thank you so much for coming back in, everyone in Twitch chat, and you in the YouTube video as well. Thanks for sticking around so far in this long one. Thank you so much for it. If you're liking this video, make sure you do let me know if you want to by leaving a like and comment down below. If you want to subscribe and hit the bell and go further in your support that way, would be absolutely awesome if you did. But of course, yeah, any way you want to support will be a great thing that you do. So, we were about to get confirming if we are right that Odie Assman, based on the signature of this print in the newspaper, of this sketch, confirms that Assman was at this scene and is therefore has been involved in this entire shtick from the beginning. Just in case I didn't do a confidence save, we're going to do another one dead quickly. Because never say no to a confidence save. And we're going to get back to it. So I believe it is you.
Take that!
Take that!
I must say I'm quite staggered by the scene I see before me now, counsel.
The young man with that title show clearly pointing out the person. Okay, no. Maybe it confirms that Enoch was there as well, and probably proves that he was there in cahoots because it was him that was there. Skip to step to it. Oh, okay. So maybe we need to prove that Enoch was there because he is literally there in the picture.
Take that!
And it's his testimony in the first place. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber?
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10 years younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order! Can somebody check for me in chat? Feel free to do so if you want to. But is there meant to be a pun in Enoch Drebber's name? I don't know, because his entire shtick is like went to a graveyard with shovel in hand, got spooked by a person emerging from a headstone. So much so that his hair apparently turned white afterwards, and then became obsessed with like being a robot and all about like fixing things, making machineries and engineering and such. It's just literally the name they gave him. There's no pun. Interesting. Oh, it's related. Oh, it's Sherlock Holmes related.
Ah, that's fair. That's fair.
Surely not, Counsel.
Drebber was there in Logate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. A study in Scarlet. Yeah, the quintessential Sherlock Holmes story. Okay, then.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No! But that would mean...
Madame Tuspels, it would appear that you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
Well, what?
Oh my!
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper.
The one that... Oh!
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and the resident of the students' dorms.
Unbelievable!
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. Oh, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. From a poor family, spare him his life from his monstrosity. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
I think I reckon because I keep seeing the sign, the signature on that photo linked to this article. This article was penned by Assman. He must have been a journalismist man in the before times and had some kind of a grudge, maybe. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Assman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret to the coroner would do anything... Let's read that line again. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah! Got him again in his heart. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Oh, but we gonna.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely, nobody wants to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Duh!
But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Objection! He's very mad about that. I'm making him mad. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Get your popcorn, lads and lasses, and everyone in between. Order, order, order! Get your popcorn ready. There'll be plenty to go around. Very well, I'll uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they were colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out.
It's gonna come out.
Ah, and all three of them together, and okay. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the soul witnessed that mysterious event. Was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sives. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
Oh, so he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Tussauds, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that it really what he saw, especially not after all these years.
It was a research student at the University of London was here.
And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
What an interesting twist. Huh? When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in the court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish. I would otherwise expect like mechanical servos going off, but I think his stuff is more like based on like clockwork engineering and gears, so the clicking and clacking does make more sense to have as a sound effect there. Alright, his account of In the Cemetery 10 years earlier. Let's do it! The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Yes, very steampunk. Yes, I agree. Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying that this article is... not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah!
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Slifer to be working together.
Thank you for reminding me, Cesaro. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it has a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Whoa. Okay. Dark turn of events, but that's okay. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir!
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
Something actually happened back then. I believe it, yes. Let's go to advanced medical science. A very morally grey area.
I see. Oh. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, tick-tick-tock, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord.
Okay.
That's what we want to try and pin down. I guess details will be found when we do what we usually do and get all flavor text.
Hold it!
Hold it! By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining by more dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Grim examples of a group of resurrectionists that lost one of its members when he was shot by policemen. They sold their corpse too. Freaking hellfire. Professor Harebrained said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That, I regret to this day. There's a real reason why there's metal cages on many graves who sensationalists later claimed they were to prevent vampires rising. Sweetness.
Hold it!
Like historical anecdotes like that. Hold it! The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know? I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big, with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. Can you tell I want to study history?
I don't know what gives it away.
And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well... I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Okay, that feels like important to elaborate on. Hold it! What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among its students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. The movements still in the mocap are so good, though. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it! But you saw it! You saw it! I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course... you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If you have anything at all, Mr. Naruto.
I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Would I have something there right now? Could there have been something about it in the camera? Because it did have, because the waxwork had that on this person as well. And I think also in the diagram, in the diagram in the newspaper, his camera shutter is open, so he was about to take a picture of what he, like, try and take a picture of what he's seeing here. But you'd have evidence. Yeah, you'd probably be carrying evidence if you did, because inadvertently you might have tried to sneak a photo in. Maybe.
Hold it!
But let's keep going, because I'm not sure yet. Hold it! That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man.
Yeah, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
Logging into memory banks, did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame?
His camera.
Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of this special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery in the night in question.
Yeah. Interesting. Details updated.
Woohoo!
When the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen. The camera that Drebber had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago. I put that in an inflation calculator, and that would be now over £550. Inflation's a son of a. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, one more to press. Hold it. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Somebody informed the Dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology. I almost ran out of breath saying all that. Whoops. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, was he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What is Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Sai's past that you would desperately want to hide.
Yeah, of course! If Drebber and Dr. Sai are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly what you just thought, because I can read your mind, apparently.
Does anyone remember how much the Bohemian Boy had as pocket money? Unfortunately, I don't know. You can, of course, go back into my highlights and check, but yeah, when you find time after we finish up here, maybe. I realized I never actually saw the professor at all.
Hold it!
But I'm like, would the camera maybe disprove that? I keep pressing accidentally to press him again, so I'm just like skipping this again. But yeah, as I said, would the camera prove that? Because then you'd probably want to take a picture. It's definitely saying it's against this statement that I've got to press it again. So back to here, and back to... and back to there. So if we take another look at everything, and try to look at the back, that would be where the plate goes, but there is not a plate in there to actually capture what is there. She's keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? What about in the front? A wonderful machine. You like contraptions like this? After tearing it apart, Baba tells the time by rumors of his stomach. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, the weird stain on the front here. Yeah. Could have a thing to do about it, maybe. Yeah, 20 British pounds at that time or something, so like £2,200 pocket money in today's money. That probably sounds about right. I'm not 100% sure, but does the camera disprove that he's unsure of actually seeing it? There would be like a photo evidence maybe that exists out there. I could be wrong though.
Objection!
I'm wrong. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. What's odd about it is that I am thinking way outside the box and I think I'm wrong on this. Gotta leave a bit earlier today. Do you need help before I go? It's like, what would prove that you never saw what a professor looks like? Would it be the monocle, or would it be... Okay, maybe you might be right. Yeah, the mask is kind of familiar. Let's try it.
Objection!
That wasn't it either. Okay. You probably asked yourself. Probably as well, yeah. What the article actually says about it, then? Maybe present the article again, because does that defile everything you think?
Objection!
Ah, yeah, okay, something in the article disproves it. Sorry, Mr. Gerber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration within this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Duh. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... Duh! We got him red-handed. A lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Order! Well, Mr. Drebber, what about it?
Let me go bzz about it. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. No problem, Papia, take care of yourself, okay? Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point! The grin kinda says it all, yeah. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
Elaborate? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Objection! But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot ran out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants were at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been a rather big news, my lord.
Oh, yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me!
Our madame has a bit to say about this, oui oui. Madame Dispels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la! Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshots.
Stop! 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 You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Objection! I will slam my fists around here, sir. And if you test me, it'll be my boot instead. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grr. Please, Madame Dispels, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that spattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
that will do! Mr. Drebber,
Yes?
you refute the account just given by Madame Dispels?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on! Do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel.
I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Well, thank goodness we will make this non-baseless. Because we have the evidence of which. Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. We will disprove that later, but I want the flavor text. Hold it! Yet Madame Dispels has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Ah! Tell me, Madame Dispels.
Oui?
What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him?
Allah, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard very loud gunshots from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me.
So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. Alright, Jonathan Frakes. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it.
And we can't let him win, Miss Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
Well, thank goodness I have already overlooked all of those details. Looked at them quite profusely, in fact. The camera, with the blood on its bellows. This proves that there was a splatter that ended upon you, because as well, the evidence in the photo says that the bellows were open, ready to take a snapshot. It's all in there, sir. It's all in there.
Objection!
Boom! Objection! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And? Is that supposed to be significant? Oh, but you wait, it gets better. I'm not done yet. This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward at the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hold it! What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Caught him. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here in the bellows, in fact.
Oh, good lord, are you suggesting?
I am indeed. Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether it's or not its blood and at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tusspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, I get it. And that, furthermore, you really did witness a condemned professor emerging from his tomb. He's broken. His cogs are not all in a row. He is not like an enormous clock where all the cogs mesh together. He is not well lubricated and wound tight, unfortunately. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
Objection. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own game, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone?
And looking over rather conspicuously to the side where Scythe is. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professors coming back to life to be exposed. Which is why they have falsified the records in all of the autopsy reports.
Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
There we go, now she comes into play.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe?
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal!
Objection!
Objection! This is beyond a joke! Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Objection again, for crying out loud! Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. Not one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
Objection! But your Britain may not be as great as you may want to think, Mr. Baddock. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Syfe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Syfe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Boot time!
Lord Fenseeks, I didn't realize it was boot time.
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me!
It was time for Das Boot. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. I think decades from now there might be TV serials about the goddamn thing. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. Shoot. But don't actually, please. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Or should I say judiciary? That's actually kind of a hard word to say.
Crash, hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness! Well, I suppose this... And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is a contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force to the head of the forensic investigation team to corroborate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Assman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means... Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. Defamation, I think, is what's going on here. He was... just trying to kill Mr. Assman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal then, shall we? like how the Kazuma, the assistant, not confirmed yet, but I'm sure it'll be name dropped soon. I like how he just dodges away out of that, just like, okay, gotta move. How do you explain why this engineer would throw caution to the wind and threaten his own country, like I throw my chalices and threaten the lampstand beside me, and possibly my assistants as well, but no.
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, Council, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Assman to Mr. Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm gonna have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Ow! Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. This article was signed by Assman, and it's the one article that name-dropped him. Surely, right?
Take that!
Take that! It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter-press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Assman dead. What other evidence?
Council, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which then cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
So yeah, done by defamation. The fact that Assman was pen to paper on the article that name dropped him and outed him out of his university times. But you know what, actually, we're gonna continue this after a quick break, because I've just seen where the ad timer is. It's about time to run one now. I'll be back in a short while to supplement all this and maybe see towards getting to a conclusion of this, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we're gonna run a break now for people in Twitch land. If for people in YouTube land, there will be no break, because that is cut out of the highlight by now, but if you would like to pause and rest up yourself before we continue, that is always a great idea to do. But in any case, we will supplement our evidence with the evidence when we come back after the break, so stay tuned. This is gonna be a warm welcome back. We're about to present our supplementary evidence that will get us ahead to where we need to get going to. But before we do that, welcome back to everybody in Twitch land and in YouTube land as well. If you're watching this in YouTube land, thank you so much for sticking around so far. This is very compelling to me. I hope it's very compelling and enjoyable to all of you there as well. If you want to let me know of that, feel free to leave a like and comment down below. If you want to do further than that, you can always subscribe. You can hit the bell too. Oh, that would be super duper helpful. But in any case, let's get back into it. So we need to supplement this evidence of the article being penned by Assman there. There might be another one that proves that they were there as well. Hang on. Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Odie Assman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants and other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that the both contracting parties are alive. It's the fact that he was signed by him himself. He's one of the signatories. Doi. Yeah, surely.
Take that!
Boom. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Assman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Assman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. I humbly request the right to continue to observe your stream. Permission granted. Welcome back in. Thank you for coming back in. I hope your trip out was pleasant, whatever you got up to. And yeah, we're gonna gun for the end here. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I'm prepared to live with the consequences. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? Doy, he signed them both. Are you blind?
Take that!
Very likely he might be, actually. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies a 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What?
You're all just like... need to use your eyes every now and then. Come on.
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing.
Got him.
And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Assman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Oh, good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Assman. He's broken. He needs to be wound up and put back into power. This is an article about the Great Stink. Of course. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Assman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
It's all back to defamation.
Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Mr. Assman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures.
Wow.
Sooner or later, you knew your ideals would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all.
Good gracious.
Dog-eat-dog world at that time period for scientists, Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses would ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so I was hardly a wretch. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do! Who better place to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
But my dude, they didn't think you lacked talent. Cause that was in your room, Doi.
Take that!
You have misgivings, sir. Take that. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talent would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's gonna fold. Hold it! Stood aghast. Oh, hold it! Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. Oh, what? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No!
Good Lord!
Forced to say, to babble, to squeal. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That's memory from a decade ago, but I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. It's all libel, it's all defamation, it's all, like, risk of, like slander. All lies and slander and blasphemy and salacious gossip and... Wow. Wow, this case. All the instructions were in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Oh. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely, it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all! What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Can't prove it materially. He did say, very slyly though, it was his bomb that did it, but yeah, I don't think we have an evidence for that. But, oh, do we? Do we? Unless he's gonna reveal another testimony that we have to, like, run through. Order! 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 Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I'm getting very sleepy. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Huh? This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Shive has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Oh, you mean... At the present time, it is a conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? That would be... none, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence!
Meanwhile, Yosuke is like, huh? Just dumbfounded by all that, I imagine. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss... In a real trial, you can even be found guilty without concrete evidence there is enough cause to assume that there is no other possible perpetrator. Silence across the benches. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Syph suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Oh. We settle it right now, or do we try and delve further into a potential conspiracy that we smell? Very interesting. Yeah, I don't think we can go on this. Wouldn't want to end it right now. No. I think we gotta continue.
Objection!
Objection! The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? There are unanswered questions. Why would she squeal right now?
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Ah, but I'm not no right-minded lawyer.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out in the open.
Oh, right.
Yeah, in hindsight... Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Duh? To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of this case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Ha! In case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time.
Ah!
As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection! Ah, my leg! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
Why do you keep slipping, Barak? Ow!
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
I need to find out every detail. Why did she falsify the report? What was the victim's sock color? What did I have for my breakfast today? I forgot. The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid!
If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You... what?
Lord Van Zieks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well.
It's gonna be good, a final chase. The waxwork plots.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Okay. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception.
So it seems. And all meticulously prepared.
You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Oh, so kind of you to say. Okay.
And what about this autopsy report then?
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower, instead of under the stage.
That's all? And that's a terrible corruption!
Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. No one else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
Ooh, we must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sykes' face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Alright, chase everything, get all the flavor text, get all the details, the juicy details! Because everyone calls him Lord Van Zeeks and such, I never realized he's called Barrack Van Zeeks. I keep hearing Baron. No, he's Lord. He's a Lord, he's not a Baron, technically. Alright, time for all the flavor text.
Hold it!
Hold it! From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. He's got very elegant ways of saying it. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
On to the next part, because first point gave me nothing.
Hold it!
Hold it! So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address in the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. It had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I mean, that could be interesting to have a think about later, but now hold it. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yeah, back to good old Andrew. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Assman. Juki! Hello! We've got two fixes of music going on there, but thank you! Hello, Juki! Hello! Ah! I'm trying to get into the thing so I can, like, do the proper shout-outs and such. Ah! How you doing, Miss Sweet? There's Juki Vid. I'm gonna also do it officially with the shout-out command as well. Give me a moment. There is Juki Vid. How was your session today of Kingdom Hearts? I saw we were doing some Pirates of the Caribbean world or something like that, but yeah! Juki Vid is a quite an old acquaintance, a good old friend of mine from back in the day. Who has recently got back into the streaming business, and is a lovely little bean with a very, very nice place over there. Yeah, currently doing some Kingdom Hearts, as it says there. I think trying to get Baldur's Gate 3 working as well, but it's probably having a bit of an issue with that, so sorry to hear about that. But I hope your Kingdom Hearts went very well. I am doing very well myself as well. Hello, any new people coming in from Duke's raid. Thank you so much for joining in. My name is Laura Petal. I am a variety person, just like your good friend Duke here. And we are doing a good old mix of things. I enjoy action adventures, platformers, the odd kart racer, and the odd RPG. And now we're indulging in the Great Ace Attorney right now. We're up to Ace Attorney number 2, Great Ace Attorney 2, and we're hot on the heels of getting things done here. So yes, I invite you to join me for this adventure. Feel free to stick around, but if you do need to raid around UK, please make sure you're doing that and making sure you're taking care of yourself. If you need to drop or bounce or anything like that, I don't hold you to that. If you need to go and sort things out after post-stream, then please go and do that. But if you can stick around, would love to have you for the ride. Yeah, if you like what you see around here, if you want to be on future broadcasts here, we do it every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday around here. So if you'd like to get in on that, you know what to do. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, and do whatever else. And with all that said, we're gonna continue. Thank you so much for the raid, GK. That is so kind of you. Right, let's go. So,
Oh, thank you. Ah, I love that.
so you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. How's it going here? It's going very well in this chapter. We're trying to gun for the end of this case by the time I actually have to go to bed soon. But we'll keep it going until that point, and I am willing to put up with all in the meantime. We're getting to the good stuff. We're about to see some unscrupulous stuff happen. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Oh no.
And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word! What is it, Mrs. Sato?
Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yeah, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I wanted to supplement her testimony with is what she did to the victim or the real cause of death. Ew, that's a fair cop. I wonder what we have to, like, refute that with. To refute it was her that did it. Would we not? No, we wouldn't have fingerprints because they'd all be handling that with gloves on. Obviously and technically, yes. The actual cause of death, or what they ended up doing with the victim? That's a really good point to think about. I think it's the second one, and it's just a hunch. I think it is. How you stabbed Mr. Axeman in the chest. That part.
Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. Supplement it with following. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
But I'm like, from which side, though? So it was you who stabbed Mr. Atman with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. Well, what a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. The entire forensic team to address the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level I had to protect. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the total cage. And drove it into the chest. I wonder, would they count the chest as, like, this area? Not to where your heart is in that area? Went straight for the heart for a reason, so why on earth would you do that? I don't think I need the rest of the flavor text here. I think I know what to press. But we will do a record and do a confidence save. And just make sure of the facts, yes. So yeah, you said chest. So the instructions said chest, but why then does the photograph here show it's above the heart? The heart should have stopped pumping, or am I mistaken? Yeah. There's something up with it, I think, like how the stabbing, how and where the stabbing was occurring. Because she was stood on the opposite side. Was she being able to reach the heart over from that side? Oh, well, I think this is where we gotta do it.
Objection!
And I was right. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. Yes, listen to the song as well. He was lying on the floor after all, so it should be easy to reach over. But yeah, I think it's a description of, she said chest, but that's more like over where the heart would be, and that would be a rather critical, fatal injury to inflict, I would say.
Objection!
Objection! The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Objection! Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in the photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
It's about the wound is here and not where you'd expect the chest to be. If he was already out for the count after the fall, would there be any circulation happening? Would there be as much blood pouring out? Let's go for this here.
Take that!
Take that! Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. Oh! Oh, so he was still upright when the stabbing happened. Oh, right. Okay.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ooh, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the Grand Deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture, it's inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. Before the trapdoor scheme happened. In short, Dr. Scythe, the stab wound was first. The breakage of the neck was the second injury, which would have been inconsequential since that was a stab in the heart. Pretty fatal there. That would have been pretty much like close to instantaneous kaput. And then falling down after the fact would have led to the vertebrae breaking, which I think at this point is an inconsequential injury. So yeah. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you offered a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Yeah, the full on how the stabbing occurred. It would be that, wouldn't it, right? Yes. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing up right at that time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
Objection! That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No! That is the misapprehension! Ugh. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Ah! How the turntables, how the gears spin in the other direction. Yes, yes. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. You shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up! As if I would do something like that!
Objection! Objection! I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone.
Ha! Logic! Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman? Assman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. Oh!
Ooh, I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
Objection! Oh. No. When you question what possible reason you could have had for wanting to kill Mr. Assman, something did come to mind. What? Pure boredom. Nah, I don't think it would be that.
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once!
Yeah. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There is a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Assman. The mask, all the scalpels, all the screwdriver.
Would that be it? Why would...
Truly and for realsies, though? The fact that there were like so many scalpel orders in the ledger, is that tied to it all? And where were the scalpels? That's fair point though. Fair point though. Yeah, the ledger had them. Is that... If this is truly how it's linked, I'd love the game to explain why, but here we go. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here.
Oh, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh, what is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one or two seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month!
I did make a point. I wanted to ask where they came from because I didn't remember them. Yeah, from the ledger. Why would you need so many? What are you doing here? 500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon the information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Slive's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly, the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all of your might. To silence the blackmaker who knew your darkest secret forever. You never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. A silence covers the entire courtroom. I'll run a snooze just in case we run a bit over. In fact, I might run a couple of snoozes during the time. Go on then, I want the elaboration. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. I'm not focused on the windows, excuse me, because I went to hit the snooze button on my ads. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. When I was still in school, we went to a courthouse to listen to learn about trials. One of them involved a woman who was sued for not paying her Amazon bills, and it was revealed she won a ton of scalpels and cages. Wow. I don't want to know what that's gonna go.
It's...
Wait, was there something beforehand?
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. I have no idea how those things were connected. Probably best not to know. Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick! I can't abide their foolishness! Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admitted it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you saw didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Nogate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events is all true...
then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale!
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer! Woof! Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
He was just a young boy. He just wanted to have a belief. Little German man,
German visiting man,
was innocent of this crime.
Lord Van Cheeks, what of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that's a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain...
Yeah?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realize. However, I think we can assume that now all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zieks. and the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. Oh, the man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has a right to deride another for such choices. Oh, Dankeschön. Thank you, Baroque.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge with which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
None for me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? It's done, is it? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty! I say yay. Now here comes the confetti, and oh god, no, don't bring the fire into here. Oh, for Pete's sake! This is a fire hazard! The freaking braziers behind me are bad enough! We have to fix this out of our budget, seriously. The court is adjourned! And now we have to clean up all the soot from the fireworks. Oh, I'm going to need overtime.
It's over. That was some trial. That was an experience, let us be sure of that. 4:33 p.m. in the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. By golly, that took so long. Professor! Oh, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
If only I remembered how to say congratulations in German. Da! I would do it right now. Courtroom burns down as Van Zieg's once explodes. No! Oh, Herr Naruhodo. Fraulein Susato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? There it is. Okay.
Vielen Glückwunsch.
I probably pronounced that wrong, but that's close enough to me. Trying to say that in Susato's, like, prim and proper accent as well. I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. No! Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money... it gives a whole lot to you, every penny! Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear, oh, what can I do? Oh, aha! Aha, but yes, there's a memento! It's a paper about my hypothesis is inside! Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh, what I'm gonna do is snooze another ad, and probably my last one that I'm able to do, so if we get ads during this last little bit, I do apologize. Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis on my great machine lying in ruins. Oh, but still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Lord Van Zieks! What are you doing in here? Oh, Baroque! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I am here to kill you, Albert. Oh god, no, not right now. He's gotta leave it up. He's gotta have his, Reaper name not be left to shame. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Order defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. Oh, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I will accompany you. What? What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Baroque! What about a great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me! I want to look around! No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Oh, sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zieks, pray tell what? What's all this about? A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
Oh, you do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Nutsme was doing.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was just nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Nutsme is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he set trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Oh, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Miss Nutsme and Gina were completely innocent.
But I think the Reaper, this unbeknownst enigmatic Reaper, I don't think they care. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Baroque!
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness! Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yeah, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything! Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany! Anyway, goodbye for now. His music is silly, I like it. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? Well, I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Oh my god, we're gonna turn this into a yaoi story! It's gonna happen! Ah! It's gonna happen! Ah! 24th of October, 4:58 PM in the Old Bailey courtroom. With only the people's present. Oh, assistant is there as too. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yeah, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Why are you so xenophobic, my dude? Ow. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Will he? The professor. I cut myself while making some while making an origami, and never then I've been filled with rage. Jesus. Of all the things, huh? I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I inspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleague were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting to their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Oh. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extreme sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Oh my god, it's the time I first drank Nipponese blood. Now come to here, my friend. I need a sip. Oh my god. Never gonna beat the vampire allegations. Never, never, ever. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leader of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would their treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan?
What that would mean? Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
The professor was a Japanese...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
He's holding the key as well. He had it in his possession his whole time, the swindler.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
And very slowly, we're just going to leave it here so I can have it confirm that the outbreaks are going to go, because I realize people might be missing this. But this is going to be it here. So yeah, let's get down what I think might be going on here. The professor, the true identity of this professor, he is one Japanese fellow related to any of the 3 people that visited on that exchange trip in Japan from Japan 16 years ago. Related to Mikotoba, related to the judge, or related to the 3rd person that joined them. And methinks it's this mysterious 3rd person who we're all related to here.
Palvia, come on, no! No!
I would never. Besides, that Iron Maiden like mask just wouldn't suit me. Not my complexion at all. Besides, just no. Let me just check are the outbreaks over, because if they are, we will continue. I think we're confirmed now, so let's reveal the thing. I had no idea, but my guess is the head Japanese judge. Yeah, it's any of those 3 people. It's either somebody Mikotoba, somebody Jigoku, or somebody unknown 3rd Japanese family name. But now that you're all back from your ad breaks, we're gonna do it now. God!
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Oh, is that literally all we're doing here? Okay. Literally just proving my point that this was a Japanese person.
Wait a minute. That face.
Oh wait, Susanoo knows. Susanoo
I
knows.
feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Bartender.
Yes, I will tip your antenna because this is good.
Hey,
Yes.
It's Chat. We want you to drink something.
It's him, Japanese, Nipponese.
NANI?
Oh my god, the timing! Oh, if that's... Oh, if this is related to Katama! Is this the name drop? Is this gonna happen? So...
Father.
It was an Asogi! What in the... Oh, no.
What? Father?
NANI?
Again, great timing. Perfect timing, Jesus Christ. This is the face reveal, the hair reveal. 100%. It's your boy!
Oh, it's happened!
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. as he stood there before me.
He's so nice. Look at him.
Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
All the repeats going in here, Jesus, okay. Oh, wow.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
A break in the neck would mean nothing to you, my dude.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
Yes.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
Oh, Thea. We're just all about vampirism now, is that it? We're not even gonna let Casimir escape the being lumped in with that crowd, huh? Is that how it's gonna be? Okay.
it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I mean, at this point, Palthea, who is not a vampire? But this scene is great, though, and I see why at this point they decided to like go ham on the whole motion capture for the scene. I've
made it. At last.
I would think that doing
Father.
this scene by just doing like standard animation, just wouldn't have coded it. Like you'd like get the feeling of them like proudly strutting towards each other, being like, "Oh my god, it's you! It's been too long, old friend, come back!" And yeah, doing that via mocap would be just like the best way to do it.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
But it's just, this ain't gonna work. This is the waxwork, my dude. Well, now she's now she's gonna have to get paid.
Kazuma-sama.
If a speller walks in and be like, "Well, I demand recompense for this," Jesus. Oh no.
Ryunosuke.
I see what's going on here. We have a new person on the warpath. Oh no.
We have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
I'll be seeing you, Johnny.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Vanzig's my favorite. Oh, goodness me. I am going to pay for this when I go to bed eventually, but honestly, great moments coming up here, so yeah, very much worth it. So he's the lifting after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. My final message. Goodbye. Yeah, that must have been terrible on the 3DS screen, but I mean... What are like the new... Did the new Nintendo 3DS... Yeah, the new Nintendo 3DS models would have come out by then, so maybe they would have had better hardware to handle playing cutscenes. Because if a game like Xenoblade Chronicles runs okay-ish on a 3DS in the 3DS version, probably not perfectly, but okay-ish, like maybe something that's not as taxing as this. I feel this is going to be as taxing as something like Xenoblade. But I don't know when I know. But yeah, now that we've got like the updos, and you can do it on Switch, which is way better hardware. You can do it on your PC, which is like you can have all the infinite power in it if you want to make these cutscenes really work. And yeah, a small bit before the end of the chapter. Hang on. Yeah, I'm planning to. Don't worry about it.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Probably not Spirit of Justice like on my 3DS. Fair dues! Yeah, that... Oh my god, which game was it? I'm trying to remember now. Ah! Did they do Great Ace Attorney 1 before they made Spirit of Justice? If that's the case, then this would have been the first time they tried doing, this series would have been the first time that Ace Attorney did any live mocap. Which had then tried in Spirit of Justice for some of the breakdowns in that one, which I know because I've seen Spirit of Justice being played, obviously. So yeah. Fair points, fair points. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to having Father around. But just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend he had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
And the entire Cases chapter, absolutely so fitting. The return of the departed soul. That was not dearly departed at all. Gradually through that case, getting surer and surer and surer that Cosima's coming back, and then the drop happens. Just very well done, that one. I enjoyed watching that so much. Okay. The Great Departed Soul is done, which means it's time to save in a brand new for the readiment of number 4 episode, which we are going to get the teaser of first before we finish today. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Could there be more behind the father? Perhaps it wasn't the murder after all. Maybe forced into it? I don't know. Maybe the cases later will be absolutely going into that.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Drop the line, say the line, Herlock. The game is afoot. He said the line. So that is how we start off. There is our teaser, and that is all we will have for now. We have wrapped up every bit of Case 3 after a long and arduous road, but a great one at that. When we return, after coming back from a little bit of a pause for other stuff that for other stuff we're streaming, we will be selecting to start Twisted Karma and his last bow, episode 4, the next time we come out here. Oh wait, I actually want to keep it on this music here because this music good. It's a shame we don't get to listen to this too much during the game itself. But yes, episode 4 is our next point of call when we come back to play this again. Everyone joining in the stream, you have been an absolute trooper for joining in this again, another extended episode. Very well worth it to again commemorate this still being the anniversary week of the Great Ace Attorney series, just in general. The happy 10th anniversary again. So once again, yes, yeah, happy birthday, or as I would say to the people that made this game in the first place all that time ago in Japan. Otanjubi omedetou gozaimasu. Yeah, super stuff, super stuff. Everybody who has missed anything in this Twitch stream, we will have the VOD ready on the Laura Pedal VOD YouTube channel in about a week's time. If you've missed anything or want to catch up on things that we've done here, you know where to go. Find me over on that corner of the YouTubes. If you are currently watching this on that said corner of YouTubes, again, I love you all so much for tuning in and choosing me today. I hope you've had a lovely time coming in. Come over to some of the Twitch streams we've got coming up in the future. More of this to come, and definitely more Ace Attorney coming out, as this is all part of my Great Ace Attorney's chronology playthrough. Going to do all the games in in-game timeline order. Very much looking forward to the challenge of that. So if you want to be on that, I have links in the description so you can catch me on the Twitch channel every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Come on over, join us for the ride, it's going to be great. But in the meantime, if you've enjoyed this YouTube video, do not forget to leave your likes and comments down below. And if you want to see the upcoming episodes and the broadcasts made into the highlights in the future, you know what to do. Hit the subscribe button and hit the bell too, so you can get those notifications come through for you. But with all of that done, super stuff. And it's only going to get better from here, I think. But for now, stay and stay awesome. You've been a brilliant, brilliant audience member. And I only hope I've improved your day and made it good by you tuning into this video today or this stream. Whatever the case may be, I hope I get the chance to do it again for you very, very soon. Until then, we'll see you for Twisted Karma and the Last Bow when we come back next time for more of The Great Ace Attorney 2. Until then, take care of yourselves.